Right, hello, hello. Quick test on audio volumes. That sounds all right. That sounds fine, that's fine. Okay. So, what are we up to today? Let me just close this. That's fine. There. Okay, so yesterday, it was yesterday, wasn't it? Yeah. We followed along through the GD script tutorial from Brackies. Why have we got that on there? Oh, that's fine. So we had a little look and we were playing around with our door mechanics. And we got some like locking systems working and working around with that. Kind of thinking about either looking at doing options menus, inventory systems, enemies, I guess audio, and just maybe seeing how easy it is to export a scene to be used in another game. From what I could see online briefly, it's quite easy just to like, you basically can just copy the file across to a new game, which could be quite useful. So that's what we're going to try. I think I'll probably start with, let's bring in audio options that we used in the Brackies tutorial, set up an options menu for controlling the game audio, and then see if we can import that across to another game. I think that's what we're going to give a go. So let's go back to this. Let's do our GMTK one and see how that works. And this opens up. We'll have to remember how, well, I think it's better to figure out how things are working. Okay, so we've got all of this. Let's have a look at doing like a sound manager. So we're just going to use a default node. Let's call this like audio manager. Oh, that's so we can type. Are we doing spaces? No. I guess there's no harm in it. Manager. And then we save this in our scenes. Save. Audio manager, input manager. Yeah, okay. So I imagine we're going to have to find some audio based nodes. Audio stream player. I wonder if in Node2D we've got any audio as well. Let's just search for audio. Yeah, audio stream player 2D. So why would I use this? Positional sound. And this is just general playback. So imagine this is for sound effects in game. And this is more for background music. So let's start with the background music. And let's do, can we open in file manager there? So if we go to the Brackies tutorial, assets, music. Hey Zimney, how's it going? Are you having a good Friday? So let's import this just into our assets folder. Can I just click and drag? Yes, but it goes into that folder. Okay. Goes into your folder. All good. Good to hear. So I'm thinking today to start messing around with like options folders. Options menus and stuff like that. I'm kind of thinking about things that I would use in future game jams that I can just like drag and drop templates. And I'm going to test out how you move the scene from like a template scene into another game, and then B, I want to do like sound volume controls. I want to do maybe some control remapping options. Oh, didn't mean to open VS Code. It's going to take ages. Maybe things like an inventory system. Let's put audio at the top, and we'll see how that goes. Close that. I don't want that open. Cool. So we have different audio buses, and the idea is to have a music bus, which is our background music, and a sound effect bus. So our music, our audio stream player here, this is going to be music. And we're going to assign this Time for Adventure here. Should probably read the rules for Bracky's Jam, since I don't know if any assets pre-made stuff is allowed. I think it's, we had a look at it a bit yesterday. I think it's basically anything's allowed as long as you've got the rights to use it. We'll have a look. Rules. Yeah, just no, not safe for work or offensive. You can use assets not made from you, but make sure you have the proper license. Making everything from scratch not mandatory. If you do, you can be extra proud. Yeah, there's nothing in the rules about using pre-existing assets or stuff like that. Which I guess if you're used to doing the Loon Dare compo, it's just going to be like freedom to reuse anything you want. There are no rules as well about AI generated stuff as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's stuff like that coming in. Yeah, definitely. I kind of think it's worth making like a library of royalty-free music, that when you come to actually do a game jam, rather than sifting through everything, you can just like have a quick look at some predetermined options. But I was also looking at what's it called? Game assets, music. I think beatbox. Yeah, this thing. So I quite like the idea of using this. Yeah, I agree. I think having AI stuff in a game jam isn't great, but I just commenting that I don't think there's any rules to say you can't use it. So I wouldn't be surprised if there is submissions around that. But yeah, I was playing around a little bit with this, and it seems quite fun. You basically can just do like different patterns across. You've got a great tutorial. What you made or that you use? Either way, I think it's quite good. Like, quite like the way that it works. And if Bracky's is going to be a 7-day jam, then maybe like committing an afternoon or an evening to just making some sound effects and background music in this could be quite fun to do as like a little break from code or something like that. Like, I normally use the graphics, but oh, you found it. Nice. Feel free to share the link if you if you've got it accessible. Yeah, that's the thing I'm thinking as well. It's going to be weird because it's not going to be like stream, well, like do as much as possible every day. Oh, thank you. So we might keep this for another time. Shifter Chaos. Making chords, melodies, drums. Let me bookmark that into music. Then when I come to do beatbox stuff, then we'll have that ready. Thanks a lot.
I start with the...
Right, so let's just see if we can get this kind of stuff working in the background anyway. I think one thing we need to do is in Global's auto load, set a path, scenes. I think we want the audio manager auto loaded because that means you have it in your browser specifically for like LD tutorials. That's a good resource to have available. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we need to do something like this. And then in our test scene, it should just run anyway, right? So if we say this is autoplayed, and then, so if we just run this, does this just run this scene? I can't remember if it runs, it should run the test scene, I think. Okay. So that just works. Okay, this isn't live effect. So if we just reload that, it should be much quieter now. Yeah, okay. So what we want for our audio is not necessarily for it to restart all the time. Sorry, why is YouTube saying stream quality is poor? It looks alright to me. I'm going to assume it's fine. Let me just have a quick look. Stream health port, why? Not receiving enough video. Let's see what it looks like on the phone. Sorry, 1 second. I think it's fine. I'm going to assume it's okay. Right, so what we want on our audio manager is a script. We'll do this. Yeah, that looks fine on YouTube. I think it's complaining about nothing. And what do we want to do? We want to give our game manager, we want to give functions out from this. So is that the signals? Let me just remember how this is working. So signals here. So this signal we can give out to our input manager, and when we emit it, it calls the function in player. So yeah, that should work. Okay, so I don't know if I need to give this a class. I think this is already an instance here. Instance. But what do? We did class underscore name. Let's call it audio manager. Oh, it is a singleton. Okay, so we don't need that. So signal for play music, and we'll do a signal play sound effects. Let me just see how I did this. So carrying and inputs, we connect through, and when we emit it, we can send variables with it. So on ready, let's do a fun play track. And then how do we swap music? So our music file here. I guess we just need the file name. Wonder if I've got any other audio background ready for from other games. Unity. Okay, so let's bring this one in as well. Let's just call this 1. Or let's call this 2. We'll rename Time for Adventure as 1. So we do like a track name and loop. And then if we say, we'll take this as a signal. We do something like music.stream equals track name. That's not going to work because it's going to need to know where that track name's coming from, right? I wonder if I can do an at export tracks. Unexpected identifier in class body. That's not how we do it. Export, I need a var. Export var, tracks. Expected end of statement. Tracks equals empty array. What will we save that? Go to our audio manager and drag in our tracks. Add element. Can I just do that? Can I say it's going to be a file? Node path, maybe? Let's see what if I just like drop it in here. So maybe we don't want node path. How's this going to work? Godot, add track list. Scene. Let's see what it says. Here we go. Version 4.2. Trying to load multiple music tracks that are made into an array. Don't know how to do that, or it's even possible. Bar music tracks. Array audio. Okay, right. So I have to specify that the array is of audio. Can I just do audio stream like this? That might work. Oh, wait, do I have to do an array like this? Adding a list of music sound effects was pure pain in Godot 3. But now there is an easy way in V4. Is this, am I on the right path towards the easy way, I hope? So this is an audio stream. Oh, audio stream player. Do I have to add a new node, which is on the right path? That's good to hear. Yeah, so audio stream player. And that's the stream, right? So why, if I add an element, can I not drop this in? Let's see. I don't think this is the difference. Cannot use simple export because type of the initial value can't be inference. No, that needs to be of type array audio stream. Maybe is that? There we go. Can I just drop them in? Do I have to add a new? Yeah, I can just drop it there. Awesome. Okay. And then really, it would probably be a good idea to call like our track list names. So like, wait, let's call one main music, main menu, and level 1, for example. Add the spaces. So then if we do, no, sorry, tracks. Track list. Actually, tracks, track name. And what we do is we specify that track name is of type track list. And this is a Boolean. And then this node is playing. So this property has the same effect as .play. Okay. So then we do like music.play. And then in here, we want to connect the signal. So play music dot connect play track. Oh. Okay, and then in our test scene, we go to our game manager and give this a script. Actually, no, we want to do that on the game manager. Oh, that hasn't got a separate scene. Okay, we'll give... Can I give this its own scene? Save branches scene. Okay. So save that. And then if we open this up and we add a script to this, which we're going to put in our scripts folder. Then I should be able to reference our audio manager, right? How do I get a reference to the audio manager? Can I just do this? That doesn't look right. Is that because I didn't name it right here? No, audio manager. How do I get... Shouldn't this just be called $audio manager? I feel like that should be what it's called. So then can we do like audio manager dot play track is hopefully in here. Track list. Let's just do level 1. Okay, so how do I get the enum? Godot, singleton, GD scripts. So, how do we reference the singleton? The enable column, okay. The singleton can be directly accessed in GD script. Okay, so then I should be able to just do, I don't need this at all. What do we call it here? We called it Audio Manager. So maybe I can just do Audio Manager. Yeah, okay. Don't need that at all. Track list is still not available though. Let's see if we just do like emit 1. And then false. We don't really need that at the moment. So now, even though the audio manager scene has, oh. Okay, yeah. So technically this is 0. Let's rename that as 0. And we'll rename the one below it as 1 because these are the 2 points in that array. You're going to update? Yeah. So track 0 is in position 0. Track 1 is in position 1. So by default, this should be playing, but the audio manager script should grab music and instead play track 1, hopefully. So what we should hear is whatever this one sounds like, which hopefully isn't too loud. Okay. And if it doesn't work, we'll hear this one. Okay. So they're different enough to know the difference. Be able to hear the difference at least. So let's play. And hopefully it doesn't play both of them, because that would be annoying. Yes, perfect. Cool, okay, so that works. Oh. Apart from, why is that? There is a player in the scene. But yeah, fair enough. There, I should test if player exists. Why was there no player though? What? That's a bit confusing. Oh wait, have I not assigned it? This is our input manager. So our input manager has an assignment there. Which can I assign it, the player? No. Oh, because I moved the input manager off of this main scene. So really, rather than having input manager on the game manager. Oh, that would be good though. I wonder if I can pass an export down from the game manager. Or maybe... Maybe the input manager needs to be on the player itself. I'll come back to that. I don't really need to figure that out just yet. So rather than this being here, we'll decouple this. I guess we just remove it as a child. And then instead we can just put it here. That's fine, yeah. And then we can assign the player to it. Let's see if that works. Shouldn't crash now. And it should play the right music. Which it is, that's good. That's all good. Okay, cool. So, the next thing we want, I guess, is an options menu. I think we can close some of these. We don't need these scripts all open now, or these scenes. So this is going to be user interface. This is going to be options menu. And we can save this as a scene. Right, let's figure out how user interface works. Is this the size of our screen, I guess? Container sizing. I don't think we need it the full... Oh wait, we've got these options, don't we? So center it. And... expand. What's expand? Can we resize it? No, I think that's the anchor, isn't it? Custom minimum size, if we increase these. Yeah, okay. So let's just do like 600 by 600. So does that change size based on... click contents on... Okay, what child nodes do we have here for control? Container being the base class for all of these. I imagine we want a horizontal slider. And like labels. Okay, let's add a slider and add a label. Let's call this music. Have I got my font in here? No. So can we import a font? Projects. Godot. Did we put it in? No, this is where we are. Do we have it in here? Pixel operator. No, that's not what we want. We want another font. So, where are we going to find that? Let me see if I can find it. One sec. In downloads. Fonts. What was this one called? I'm not going to remember what this is called now. Where am I using it? I'm using it on here. Born to be. Which isn't there either. Where's that going to be? Fonts? Born to be. There we go. A .ttf file. Does that work? There it is. Okay. So we put that in assets. Right. Can we make this the default font somewhere? Compression, rendering, fonts, theme, custom font. Oh wait, is that the theme of? I don't think I want this. I'll do the save and restart, but I think this is going to do the font for all the menus, which I think will be quite funny to see, but that's not necessarily what we want. I want it to be the custom font for, like, the default font for labels and stuff like that. So let's see what's happened. Oh no, I think that was right. That looks right. So if I just make a new label, and let's put this at the top of the option menu. Options. Let's just call this menu label. Can I reorganize this? Yeah. Can I anchor it to the top? Options. And let's make the font size pretty big. Let's do like 128. And we want to center align this. How do we do like a background color? Is that going to be the container? Let's try this. What's it complaining about? Unless a script configures its child placement behavior below. If you don't intend to add a script, use plain control node instead. Okay. I don't think we want a script, so let's change that. Can I swap? Change type. Okay, then I don't need that actually at all, do I? No, I don't want to delete the children. Let's put those up actually, and let's put the label and the slider in a container. Let's call this music volume control. We'll do something like that. Then our label, we need to up the font size. Let's do this like 64 pixels maybe. That looks alright. And our slider. How do we change the size of it? Icons? Can't do that. Okay. Styles. What does it look like at the moment? Oh, it is there. Right, okay. So can we do layout? Left to right? Maybe we need to add like a grid or something like that. Is there any grid? Grid container. And then we put these under the grid. That looks a bit better. So, and then if we say this is 2 columns. Children of a container get their position and size determined only by their parent. Okay. So that's not quite what we want, I don't think. It's close though. All right, let's have a look at some guides on how to do this. Godot UI tutorial. Let's have a look at the docs first. So control nodes. Let's have a quick look at these. Size and anchor. If a game is always going to be run on the same size device, positioning controls would be a simple matter. Unfortunately, that's rarely the case. Yeah. Let's imagine that the screen resolution has changed and the controls need to be repositioned. Someone needs to follow the bottom of the screen, others the top, and left right margins. This is done by editing the margin properties of the controls. Each control has the 4 margins. Yeah. Is this in pixels though? By default, all of them represent a distance in pixels relative to the top corner. Okay. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. Change the margin to be negative. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, wow. Do we have to go into this kind of detail? Oh, no, wait. Here we go. So it looks like on here, yeah, so we can just use these layouts. That's fine. Anchors are an efficient way. Handle different aspect ratios for basic multiple resolution handling GUIs. For more complex, they can become difficult to use. It's often the case of games such as RPGs, online chats, tycoons. Another common case where more advanced layout features may be required. In-game tools. Containers provide a huge amount of layout power. Oh, really? The editor uses this itself. That's quite interesting. When a container-derived node is used, all children control nodes give up their own positioning ability. Okay, that's fine. When adding a node to container, the way that the container treats each child depends mainly on their container sizing options. These are found by inspecting the layout of any control that is a child of the container. Okay. Right, so on a horizontal slider, container sizing, here we go. Fill horizontal. That should be centered. That's good. Okay. Why is that not... Does that not stretch though? Because this doesn't stretch. Where is... Okay, that's looking better. So why is that not filling that though? Ah, there we go. We just need the expand. Okay. And then can we add some spacing in between? Hey Mexit, thanks for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Just trying to understand how Godot's UI system works, and trying to set up an options page. So how do I extend this though? Do I need to put on here? Music volumes, label settings. No. Horizontal align left. Vertical alignment center, let's do. Auto wrap off. And then where is our... I need some like padding. Transform. Let's see, back to the description here. Box containers. Grid containers. Arranges charge controls in a grid layout. No. Margin container. Okay, right. Oh, that's cool. Split container. That might be what I want to do as well. Panel, scroll, aspect ratio. Okay, so rather than them being properties, they're separate nodes for all of these. Okay. Oh, wow, there's just center container. And you can create custom containers, right? Okay. Right, okay, so rather than looking for properties, I want to be looking for nodes. So here, we've got our grid container. So do I want that to be a split container instead? What if I do that? So change this to split horizontal. Then we've got a bit of a gap here. Can we change on our grid container? Drag a visibility visible, split offset. Is this like, let's say we do like 20 pixels. Does that actually do anything? Oh, it is kind of doing something. I don't know what any of these settings are actually doing. Where's the dragger? I can't see that. And how would I add like a background color to the whole? Container types, creating custom controller gallery. Let's have a quick look in that. Okay. GUI skinning. Essential. Yeah, okay. A panel container. Thanks, Mexit. So yeah, this is what we'd want to look into though, is the whole theming stuff as well. Let's just go with this panel container though. Panel. Container that keeps its child's controls within the area. Let's go with that one. Put that at the top. And then put all of these as children of that. And then stretch this out to be full screen-ish. So then this should be top full. And then this is center. This can be the same center wide. Okay, so this shouldn't be called bridge container. This is H split. You've never theme controls. That would be nice to watch as well. Yeah, I'm like pretty new to all of the Godot stuff, so I'm just like mostly playing around and seeing what things have, like what options they have. So texture, material, new canvas item material. Right, okay, and then no, I don't think that's what we want. Theme. There we go. Right, now we can choose our color here. Can we do... Yes, we can do hex. 0. Is it 87? 000A87? Something like that? No. Let me find out what my theme color is. It's something like this. I mean, this is something else I need to do, is to go through my Twitch panels and all that kind of stuff and update them. I think the last time I updated them was like almost a year ago, so all the games and schedule and stuff like that are all incorrect. A877, that's what we want. That's close. A877. Oh, not sure that really looks great. We'll go with it for the moment. It's not too bad. Let's bring the brightness down there. Oh, right. Oh, brilliant. Thank you. Hue saturation value. Let's bring the value down. That'll be a bit better. Okay, so within the panel container, we want to add margin. Don't know if it has to be in a certain order. So how do we set the margins? Do we have to put all of these within the panel? Like this? Material, texture, ordering. It's not really what we care about. Theme. Maybe this? Yes, okay, that looks right. So can we set them all to the same, let's say like 40 pixels. We'll do that for the moment. Unless, can we do... Not what I wanted to do. Yeah, I don't think we really care about that. That'll do, that's fine. And then really what we need to do is tie in this volume control to our music. So I guess we're going to have to add a script here, which we're going to go options menu scripts. And then we want connection to this, right? Oh no, we drag it and then shift. That doesn't look great. Why do... Oh, because it's so far down the tree. Music, volume, volume slider. Let's just call it volume music slider. So what node options do we get for that? Value changed. Ah, that's quite useful. Access his unique name. Ah, right. Wait, no, that didn't work. How do I drag it in? Do I just do that again? Ah, okay. Thank you. So we'll call this music slider, or maybe music volume slider. Cool. So then we'll have to probably reassign this, right? Let's disconnect that. We'll reconnect. Cool. Okay. And then what we want to do is do audio manager. How have we got this? On our audio manager here. Dot music. And then I guess volume dB. Actually, we want to access the music bus, don't we? So how do I access this? Can I drag this in? No. This is really what we want to edit. So, audio bus, Godot, change volume. Oh, this looks like an old. Let's go this one. Audio buses. Decibel scale, audio buses, audio. Automatic bus disabling. Change bus layout. I guess if we change the amplify, changes the volume. Not really. This may be outdated. Outdated. Let's do Godot volume slider. There's audio server.get bus index name. Ah, okay. Thank you. So audio server get bus really like music like this. Oh no, get music, get bus index and pass in the name. Right, okay. Thank you. Check linear to DB documentation. Linear to DB. This one. Oh, in the editor. Linear to 2 dB. And then F1. No. Search help. Oh, it doesn't. Wait, there was a way to do it, wasn't it? Is it shift click on it? Yes. Okay. Right. Okay. Get index. Slide it up value. Oh, almost exactly what I'm looking for. Yeah. Thank you. Actually, that probably is exactly what. Where's our options menu here? But rather than, we just want this line. And rather than master, we want music in this case. And this is just value, right? So indent this. And we don't need to reference slider here, I think, because we're already telling it when this slider in particular is being changed. Okay, and then we need a way to show the menu. So let's just have the options menu on the game manager, maybe? I don't know what that's going to show. Is that going to show it? Looks like it. Let's just test if that works then. I'm going to have to do things like look at what the... or set the default value as well. Okay, I'm not showing it. Maybe if we just put it up here for the moment on the game. Or is it because it's off screen? Where's our camera? Our camera's here on the player. So we probably want a second camera. Let's put it back on here. Let's put a camera on. I think it's going to be easier just to follow a tutorial. There's probably very easy stuff that I'm... Not those, not those. Let's do just options menu. Let's just have a quick look through these. Oh, I bet there's plugins that people have made. Oh, this is for saving. I guess that's saving settings. Okay. Let's have a look at this little tutorial. So we're just going to pause the music for a minute.
This tutorial, I'll be showing you how to make a settings menu in Godot 4. To get started, going to create a new user interface scene. You can call it settings, or anything you would like. Now go to add a node. This will be a margin container. In the drop down with the plus symbol, select.
Okay, I feel like we're going to be close on some of this.
A VBox container. This will allow us to sort things vertically. The first thing we'll add is a volume slider. So create a new
sensible to have a vertical box.
Volume, and if we press play, you'll see that we automatically have a nice slider. It doesn't do anything yet, so let's create a new script on our settings menu. That's going to connect our volume slider to our script by doing on value changed. Connect that. On the bottom, if you click on audio, you'll see you have a master bus. I may dive deeper into audio buses in the future. However, for now, you just need to reference the master bus. So to do this, type in audio server dot set bus volume dB. Want to reference the master bus, so 0, and then pass in the value. Now, you may want to alter this value with some sort of offset. Right now, it will be 0 to 100 decibels with the volume slider, and that's completely up to you how you want it to actually impact your game. Now, what if we want to just outright mute the game with a simple checkbox? Well, that's pretty easy to do. We can add in a checkbox, and as a separate node, let's go add in some labels too to better display what we have. So we have a mute button now. We also have volume. If you want, you can also type text on the actual checkbox itself. To connect it, let's do on toggled, connect it to our settings. To demonstrate this, I've gone ahead and added in a audio stream player with a simple background song, and if we press play, you see that we have our music. If I increase, we get more volume. If I decrease, less volume. If I mute, we'll have no volume. Now let's say the player wants to set the resolution for the game. So add in a option button node in the items. Let's go add in a few, such as 1280 by 720. Let's go and call this resolutions. Connect the item selected to our settings menu. But before you do anything here, head over to your project settings. Inside your viewport width, set it to a default that you would like, but make sure that it is on your list so you can get back to it later. So I'll do 1280 by 720. Inside your mode, select viewport. All of the values can remain the same. Now what this does is it no longer bases the resolution of the game off of how big you have the window. It is only fixed to your resolution on your monitor. So if I press play now, if I scale this, you'll see that I keep that resolution no matter what. You'll see it gets a little bit blurrier too.
That's quite useful
switch segment to see which index
for pixel art games.
Resolution.
So I might have to do that as well.
Match index. If it's index 0, then it's going to be 1920 by 1080. So we'll do display server.window set size. In the size, we need a vector to I, which just means vector to integer, because we can't have half a pixel. Let's do 1920 and 1080. Let's just copy this over for number 1 and number 2. Let's do 1600 by 900 and 1280 by 720. Now let's go make the default our last option, so 2. Now if we press play, you'll see that we have our default option selected, and if we select a larger option, the screen size will get bigger. Now, obviously, there are many more things you can add to a settings menu. It's completely up to you and your game. However, I believe that these are the key fundamentals that you need. I challenge you to create a full screen checkbox, which will make your game toggle between windowed and full screen mode, or you can even have a drop-down menu which has windowed and windowed borderless if you want, those unique options. Anyways, guys.
Okay. Well, that was useful to see some of those options. And just briefly, these audio server.set plus volume, is that just a better option than what we did? Set plus volume dB. Get music and get... No, this is good. That's fine. So is there a volume rather than volume dB? No, okay. That's fine. So that's not necessarily what we want. We want to toggle showing. Which is gone here. Which the main buttons and menu show on top of each other. Yeah, that's fine. And I just want like a show hide toggle. Show and hide menus. So a quick look at some of these as well. So I think I need to work with display server. Display server. I want the stable. Here we go. Put that music back on. Sorry. The server interface for low-level window management handles everything related to window management, separated from OS. A single operating system may support multiple display servers. Maybe this isn't what I want actually. Sound effects, keyboards, heads-up display. Not really what I'm looking for either. Maybe it's nodes and scenes actually. Creating a first scene, running the scene, setting the main scene. UI. Let's just do. Okay, so that's just for this kind of stuff, that's fine. Nothing too interesting there. How do I show the option? I just want to show just the option screen. What's this? Create a widget for configuring screen. Hey Jake Blade, thanks for the raid. How's it going? Welcome in. How do you do the shout out command? Is it slash? Jake. What you guys been up to? It's not going too badly. Like at the moment I've been playing around. I'm trying to learn how to do an options menu. So we've got a bit of a screen going with that. But our game at the moment, I'm trying to get it to show. Let me just turn this music down just a little bit. What have you guys been up to? So yeah, if I take this back out of this scene for the moment, where we've got up to is we've got a little character that can move around and control, and we've got like interactions with doors. It's nothing too exciting just right now. Song 2 phones. Slimming that some with active game data. Ah. So yeah, there's not much to it yet, but we've just been adding music today. So we've got our background music that's playing. And we've got interactions with doors, and that's about it so far. So there's not loads to it yet. I was working on a satisfaction metrics calculation for your supermarket building simulator. Ooh, that sounds fun. Is it like an isometric view building tycoon game? You just put the title live on Steam. Wow, congratulations. First person. Oh, 3D kind of view. Nice. How long have you been working on that? So what we're trying to do is show this option menu. Just have it show. The release game was 8 months of work and current game is reaching 1 month of dev. Oh, nice. This, I kind of started this a bit for the GMTK Game Jam that was like 2 weekends ago. But I didn't actually end up having any time that weekend to do much. So it's maybe like 2 or 3 days so far. But yeah, it's about 2 or 3 days following. I was following Bracky's tutorials on Godot. So we made the little. I wonder if I can open a new screen on this. There's a little platformer tutorial. What's this going to open up? Is this going to? Yeah, there we go. So there's a load of like assets that are available as part of the tutorial, and you follow along and make. Kind of gives you the basics of a 2D platformer. When it loads, I'll show you. When it gets there. So followed along that, and then did the GD script tutorial that he's done as well. Just to have a rough idea of how to put things together. Let's just pause this music a second, and then this should come up in. Where's our play screen? So it kind of all works. You got collisions with the enemies. It's not really. I didn't follow like step by step on the tutorial. Just getting the gist of how things are working. So we've got like a little death plane down at the bottom there as well. But what I wanted to do was to tie in things I learned from this back into the draft that I'd made here. So the theme for the GMTK Jam was built to scale. And the idea I was going to do was like in a lab setting and have different machines that could change the size of things and maybe do like a puzzle platformer, that kind of idea. But yeah, I feel like rather than continuing on development too much of it, I think if I split off into doing things like the game menus and options and stuff like that, things that I would use in future games as well, then I'd have a good base for whatever the next game jam is, which I think I might do the Bracky's Jam, which starts at the end of next week. So how do I get our options menu to show? I guess I could just do it on an input, right? So if we do a new input button, which is going to be pause. And we add, let's do Maybe tab. I want something that if we play it in browser, it's not going to be too affected. Yeah, let's use tab for the moment. And then in our input manager, we want to say if events dot is action rest pause. Then we want to show our options menu. So maybe if we set the options menu yeah, pretty much what I want to do is show toggle scene visibility. Not sure I trust this AI overview just yet. They brought it back into Google, and it's one of those things where I'm not sure it's quite ready for access your growable screen scenes with okay, so maybe I'll make it a singleton. So we go to here and do globals. And we add our scene options menu. And we don't have it enabled to start with. Oh no, sorry, that's the global menu, that's fine. Can we do here options menu dot visible? Let's just see if that works to start with. So tab is on pause. So pause is on tab, other way around. But no, okay. Let's just do print debug. Pause. Okay, so it's finding that. You can also change modulate A with the tween with the visual ball. Ah, okay. So instead of just true and false, you can. But how do I have it showing up though? That's the thing. That should be showing in the center of our screen, right? I'm probably missing some setting. Is the UI positioned correctly? So I think in this scene, I've just used these anchor presets. When active, moving control nodes changes the anchors instead of offsets. No. So I use this, the full rect. I thought I did. No. So anchor it to the center. But does it? It might matter that my camera is following the player in this game scene, in the test scene. So the camera isn't on the center of the screen, but that shouldn't matter for UI, right? The top left. Right, let's do the full. Oh, because the player's on this location. So if we offset all of this, oh. Let's just do this but manually for a second and then see if that works. Because we'll probably need 2 separate cameras. Yeah, so it is there. So we need a camera that follows the player, and then when options menu is pressed, a separate camera, a different camera that's set in the right location, I think. Can we change this to... Let's put this back to the origin. Yeah. Where's this value? Transform. Position. There you go. You could use one camera. So, but then would I have to move where the camera is focusing on? So at the moment, because it's parented to the player, it will follow the player, right? Or move the UI to the camera. Oh, right, okay. So if I set this like that, you mean? That won't be the right size, will it? Or maybe. Oh, sorry about that. Kind of. So I want to have this start off as visibility not visible. And actually, can I set this to start? So the starting value. How do we set the starting value of this? Page value here. So we're gonna start. Whoa, whoa, sorry. Wow, sorry about that. Wasn't expecting that to play straight away. Oh god. Jesus. Sorry for anyone with headphones there. Wow. I'm so sorry. I wasn't expecting that. I thought that would be... Or is that because it's already playing? That was so loud. I'm so... Let's just set it to 1. Is that because I had it? It's because I had the window open, wasn't it? Okay. But how do I set that as being the starting point then? Yes. I think what I'll do is I'll put a massive cut on OBS. So if that happens again, there'll only be like very minimal audio going through to the stream. It's just my own ears that I struggle with. Right, so what I want is, and in this script, on ready, we want to set the value of the slider to be based on this value, right? So if we've got our options menu here, is that gonna... I'm so scared to run the project now. I don't want to blast it again. It should be quite quiet on the stream, but... be ready to mute it. Okay, why is it showing there though? I think I just need to find a tutorial for this. It'll be much quicker. Or is it a case that that should be set to, in our audio manager, if this volume is set low? No, but that's not what it's doing. It's not setting... It's not really a toggle, I don't think. What I'm imagining is the player presses like tab to open the pause menu, and that just opens as an overlay on top of the game screen and just pauses any action that's happening. So I imagine we'd set the timescale to 0. Let's just search for like a pause menu. And we want Godot 4, which we've got here. Perfect.
Hello everyone, in this tutorial, I'll be showing you how to make a pause menu in Godot 4. To get started, let's create
Let's pause our music. We'll turn this up a little bit.
a new scene. Click user interface. We can call this pause menu. Now, add in a margin container, add in a VBox container, and now let's go ahead and add in some buttons. For the first button, I'll make this a resume. Next one, box.
So yeah,
resume and
we've got that kind of stuff.
Pause. Then we can pass that for now. Let's create a new function called pause menu. And here we need to reference our pause menu. So if we pass for now, let's go ahead and drag and drop our pause menu into the actual scene. Drag it like this. We can scale it up if we would like. I've just gone ahead and scaled it up and positioned it into the middle. And now back in our script, we can go ahead and reference it. We'll also create a variable called pause. We'll set this to false for now. And now inside of our pause menu function, we'll check if paused. If it is paused, we need to unpause. So pause menu dot hide and also engine dot timescale will get 1. Now else pause menu will be shown because we are pausing, and then engine dot timescale will get 0. And now we will just set pause to the opposite of pause, so we'll get whatever value it is not. And let's also put pause menu into our pause function. And now if we make sure that it is hidden, if we press play, we'll be able to move around. And if we press stop, we'll no longer be able to move around, but we'll be able to access our buttons. And obviously right now we can press escape to unpause. However, our buttons do not work yet. So for right now.
Okay. So it's, it's pretty straightforward. It should be. It should be a case then. We can put this up in the game. Let's show it. And we need to change the visibility. So where's the scale of this? Layout? Container sizing? Is it because I've set this as 600 by 600? If we clear that and save it, Snow doesn't have a control parent. So if we change the scale, that's not going to work though. I don't want to change the scale. Maybe I've got to redo this. Okay. So if I put it into here, will that rescale it as well? Oh, okay. Because this is set to 1080 by 720, but I think our project is not that. Where's our window? No, it is that. So that should scale for the whole screen. That kind of looks like it's doing that, but... That's definitely not right. Let's just see if that works. It's going to be messy to start with, but then we'll figure out what works and what doesn't and tidy up after. Okay, so that kind of worked. So then here's where you want to do like a pause function, and then we'll do function pause. Actually, no, this should be handled elsewhere. This shouldn't be handled in the input manager. So we should have a signal here for pause. And then on ready, we want pause, connect, with a pause option. Oh. Toggle pause menu, let's say. Pause menu. Then we need a reference to show and hide it. Don't need to pass that at the moment, but we can pass this. Print, debug. Well, pause menu. Let's close this, just do a little bit of tidy up. Player we don't care about here. I feel like this should be in the game manager. So how are we doing it here? We've got a pause menu.
Variable called pause. We'll set this to false for now. And now inside of our pause menu function, we'll check if pause.
I wonder if it goes into detail of like
so pause menu
resolution of the menu, because it
and also engine dot timescale will get 1. Now else pause menu will be shown because we are pausing. And
so we saw this,
and obviously reference it once. Press escape to unpause. However, our buttons do not work yet. So for right now, let's go ahead and put our pause menu into our camera, just in case if we want to ever move around the camera, the pause menu will follow it. And since it is no longer a direct child of main, we will have to delete our onReady and reference it once more. This time being in the camera. Now let's over to that scene. Let's create a new script. let's connect our two buttons. So our resume button and our quit button, both on pressed. For the quit function, let's go ahead and just type git tree dot quit. Now in our resume button, we need to reference our main function. So we know that it is 2 spots above. So we can add an onReady. Let's call it main. This will just be a 2 above reference. And now,
I don't like doing stuff like that, but we have other ways to do that. It's fine.
And that's it. Press play now. If we press pause, we can resume, and if we press quit, it'll quit the game. If you would like, we can add a blur effect to blur the background game to put more emphasis on the actual pause menu. You can just by creating a color rect. Make sure that this is behind everything. And I've just gone ahead and scale it up. Set it to our inspector. Go to material. Click on material. New shader material. In here, in shader. Press new shader. Create shader. Now it's over there. Now let's go ahead and type uniform sampler 2D screen underscore texture. It's like int screen texture and filter linear bitmap. Create a new uniform float with a mount, and we will limit this to a range. So hint range 0.0 and 5.0 semicolon. In our fragment, we will create a new vector 4. Set this to, let's call it color. Set this to.
Yeah, I've not looked into shaders yet on Godot. So this would be screen, quite useful to know.
Texture, screen, UV, and our amount. Semicolon. And we'll finally set our constant color to this new color. Let's play. When we press pause, you'll see everything in the background gets a little bit blurry. And we can mess with this value, and it'll decrease or increase the blurriness. So as you can see, in the background, it gets blurry. Anyways, guys, I hope you found this story helpful.
But how... Still feel like the resolution's wrong. Because when it shows up, it's just like blurred in that description. So we have put it on the camera. Do we have a resolution on the camera? Oh, because we've got 4x4 zoom. So if we reset that zoom, right, okay, and then show this, but we don't want what we've done here. Can we delete this and re-add it? Because the actual scene is set up like that. So we messed it up. We have, haven't we? One change on layout. Get rid of that? No. What if we do that? I don't know why I've gone wrong with the sizing now. Maybe when it plays it will show properly. Okay, so this will be more zoomed out, but hopefully the right scale for the options. And then all we have to do is when we press our pause button. Oh wait. Oh, that's not tied in. But we were just using this, weren't we? I don't think that's going to work though. I mean, let's just see if it does. We'll try it and see. No. Didn't think that would. Again, I still think this should be on the game manager. Which puts it where though? Position should be 0, 0. Right, okay, so this should be minus 540 and minus 360. Now, why is that not centered on 0? That should be centered on 0. Maybe it is centered on 0 and the camera isn't. Oh no, the camera's got an offset, okay. So we'll give the options menu the same offset. So that's another minus 40. That lines up. Okay. This is better. And then in our game manager script, so what we wanting to do, our input manager needs to just tell the options menu we don't even need a signal here, do we? I think we can just call toggle pause menu. Let's just pass this for the moment. I think because we've got this as a singleton, we can just do this, right? Let's see if that works. So now if we press tab, yeah, we get the toggle pause menu script run. Okay. Close that, we don't need that anymore. So the next thing to do is show and hide the menu, which we should be able to do here, right? Visibility. So in our options menu, can we just get a reference to this? Or to our self? I guess it's the panel inside, isn't it? So it's the game manager that needs to do this. So we get a reference to here. Let's call this toggle pause. And this should reference the game manager. The options menu maybe doesn't need to be a singleton. Let's just have a little think of this. Yeah, I think this needs to do options menu dot visible equals true for the moment. Let's just do that. Paused. And then here we'll say pause equals false. Drop that audio a little bit, it's a bit too loud. Right, so toggle pause, we say if paused. So if we're currently paused, we want to set, well, let's say if not paused, menu visible equals true. We'll do engine dot time scale, that was it, equals 0. And then just straight into an else. And then we invert these, that's fine. And do that. And paused equals not paused. So that's visible, that's fine, yeah. So actually we don't need this. The pause menu doesn't need to control, the options menu doesn't need to control when it's shown or hidden. That's fine. This now needs to reference our game manager. So really our game manager needs to be the global. I think we can leave options there, that's fine. Other resources are loading from game manager. Fail to instantiate the scene, node counter 0, make sure pack scene source is valid. Huh? Hopefully that works. I don't know what the error is. Identify not found game manager. Input manager. So it didn't like that. That's what I'm hearing. Condition not named label has been in true. Game manager. Is game manager like a reserved name maybe? Let's delete this. Okay, let's just do like an empty node and call this menu manager. Let's just see if I can get something working. So we'll add this as a scene, menu manager, that's fine. Then we make this our singleton add, that's fine. And then in our test scene, firstly we need to add a script to this. And we're going to put this in our scripts file. Save that. And then we're just going to cut this across, toggle pause. And then we attach this to the game manager scene. Is that going to be the same? No. Because it needs to go up a level. Don't really want to do that. So can we just export it? So then in our menu manager, we can assign the options menu. Save that. Game manager doesn't do anything with pause anymore. That's fine. Maybe this is going to work. I'm not entirely sure. Then this needs to be menu manager. This feels a bit messy, but let's see if it works first, and then we'll worry about tidying things up. Let's close these scripts. We don't need those open. Maybe let's just see if it works. So now if we press tab, no, okay. Non-existent toggle pause menu on menu manager. If we go here, go to the scripts. Oh, it's just toggle pause, that's why. Let's rerun this. See how it works. No, okay, still not right. Options menu. Option menu isn't existing. So do I need a reference like this instead? I'm not a massive fan of using this, so we'll figure out if there's a better way of doing this after. Nope, still not. Null instance. Oh, what am I doing? Why not just have this as a sub menu on this? I mean, I might as well even just put it on here, right? Is that going to work? So if I put this at minus 540 and this is minus 360, so then we're centered here, right on the 0, 0. We save this in our menu manager. That's done the same. And then let's take it off of here and reattach it. That offset's going to be annoying there, isn't it? Let's not worry about the gist at the moment though. So in our script, on our menu manager, we now have this, right? If we get rid of this, we attach that and have it not show to start. And actually, this is where we want a function ready, and we're going to say options menu dot visible equals false and paused equals false. And then we can have it showing when we need to edit it. And then in here it should be not showing. Still errors. What's the errors? Ready node not found. Option menu relative to root manager menu. It should be there. It is there. Is it because I haven't rebuilt? So that's probably why. Let's rebuild. Still a lot going on here. So is that not how we set visible and not? Set visible. Can we get help on this? Dot visible. Visibility change, visibility layer is visible. Set get viewport. It's not a function, is it? Name visible as called, yeah, but is a bool. Okay. Yeah, that's what I had it at. What was the debugger saying though? Let's try running it again. Yeah, so why is it showing here? This script should make it invisible on ready, right? Maybe if we delete and re-add it again, let's see what. Add menu. That's a good idea, yeah. Thank you. So this is menu manager ready. I don't like that. What's it saying here? An incoming node name class clashes with game manager options menu already in the scene, presumably from a more nested instance. Less nested node will be renamed. Please fix and resave the scene. Okay. But it's not in the scene, right? Is it still saying this, right? Wish I could read that easier. Let's just close the scene and reopen it and see if that makes any difference. It shouldn't do, but where's our game? Test scene. That's there. We're getting it twice. Oh, wait, because... Does this make this automatically run? So maybe if we don't have it at all. Is it there already? Yes, okay. Hmm. And the options menu is there as well. So let's delete that. Close that. Let's open our menu scene. So this should run the script on ready. And it should make our options menu false. Hopefully. Okay, that's looking good. There we go. Okay. Right. So we need to set the visibility layer and all that kind of stuff, but that's fine. It's always great advice. Just add print messages wherever wherever you're testing and see if it's actually running. And see how many times it's running. Right. Okay, so I don't even need it on the game manager, that's fine. Yeah, I was normally doing that kind of stuff. If I go to like the player script, wait, where's our input manager script? We've got a few going on there. Okay. So then this just runs anyway. That's fine. So the question is that actually pausing stuff as well though? So maybe if we go back to our 2D scene, and let's just take this component for example. If we add an animation, animated sprite 2D, no, animation player. And then we make a new animation, which I can't remember how we do. New here. Let's just call this patrol, for example. And then we take this component and the transform position. We do that. And then like, let's make this longer. Make this 4 seconds, for example. And at 4 seconds, we want to move this. What's going to be easiest to see? Let's go way up. Let's go like that. And add a new key there. Have that autoplay on load. And how do we do... There's an option somewhere to let it play backwards and forwards, right? Where's loop? Animation player. Speed scale, playback options. Maybe. That's onion skinning, so we don't want that. Can't remember where the loop option is. This one. Is it this one? No, fits panel. One of these. Animation looping. There we go. And ping pong. That's what I want. There we go. Okay. Thank you. It's a slight delay on chats. Okay, so now if I run it, hopefully that's moving around. And then we can see when we pause it that it does stop. And then we'll put it all behind. Yeah, okay. It's still loud. Oh, it's where you click, it's not even where the value's set. Ugh. I need some clamping on that. Is there a way to stop it going above a certain audio level? So that's there. So in our options menu here, we need to clamp this linear value so it can't go over a certain dB. So where is the instruction booklet? Right. Audio buses. Sound mix should be arranged so the output of the master bus never exceeds 0. Yes, that's something we need. Okay, so this is going to be the next thing to look at. I might do a little break here. In almost 3 hours, and probably need a little stretch and a coffee or some food or something. But yeah, I think I need to look into this because I don't want to have that sound going above the decibel range that we got earlier by accident. That was so loud. So yeah, we'll have a proper read into the audio kind of stuff when we come back. So let's just do a little 5-minute timer and I'll be right back and see you guys in a sec. Right, we are back. I feel like it would be a good idea to set up some filters on OBS as well, just so that that can never, like all of our outputs can never go over a certain decibel value. That might be a good idea. Just so if I ever make those kind of mistakes again, it's going to be a bit better for anyone listening. So I'm pretty sure if we add a limiter, actually I'll do this off stream so I can actually test it. Because if this doesn't work and I try and test it, it's just gonna flashbang everyone again. Okay, so what we're going to do then is, let me get rid of the be right back in the timer. We're going to have a look through the documentation around audio, and hopefully be able to set it so that our master bus has a cap at 0 dB. Got the little creeper explode. Was that the? I assume there was a Minecraft esque music on before. Okay, an audio bus, also called an audio channel, can be considered a place that audio is channeled through on the way to playback through the device's speakers. Audio data can be rerouted and modified by an audio bus. An audio bus has a VU meter, visual something, which indicates the amplitude of the signal passing through. Leftmost bus is the master bus. This bus outputs the mix to your speakers, so as mentioned in the decibel scale above, make sure your mix level doesn't reach 0. The rest of the audio buses can be flexibly routed. After modifying the sound, they send it to another bus to the left. The destination bus can be specified. Routing always passes audio from buses to the right, 2 buses further left. Okay. These effects modify the sound in one way or another and are applied in order. Automatic bus, then no need to disable buses manually when not in use. Text if it's silent and disables it. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, next. Audio effects. Try them to get a sense of how they alter sound. Here's an idea. Amplifiers, yeah. Setting the levels too high can make the sound digitally clip, which produces unpleasant crackles and pops. That's fine. Band limits and band pass. Resonant features which filters which block frequencies around the cutoff point. Okay, that's cool. So we use to capture data from the microphone or transmit audio over network in real time. That's fine. Okay, so this is how we do like in-game voice, like voice chat and stuff like that. Maybe. Chorus. Chorus effects makes a single audio sample sound like an entire chorus. It does this by duplicating the signal and slightly altering the time and the pitch. That could be quite useful. Compressor automatically ducks the level of incoming signal when its amplitude exceeds a certain threshold. Is this what we want? The level of attenuation applied is proportional to how far the incoming audio exceeds the threshold. The compressor's ratio parameter controls the degree of attenuation. One of these main uses is to reduce the dynamic range of signals with very loud and very quiet parts. Reducing the dynamic range can make it fit more comfortably in a mix. It can be used in the master bus to compress the whole output prior to being hit by a limiter, making the effect of the limiter much more subtle. Okay. Can be used in voice channels to ensure that they sound as even as possible. It can be side channeled by another sound source. This means it can reduce the sound level of one signal using the level of audio of another audio for thresholds. Video game mixing stack the level of music or sound effects when in-game or multiplayer voices need to be fully audible. Okay. It can accentuate transients by using a lower attack. This can make sound effects more punchy. If your goal is to prevent a signal from exceeding a given maximum amplitude altogether rather than reduce the limiter. However, applying compression before a limiter is still good practice. Okay, so what we want in our output audio, add effect. So we want to do a compressor and then a limiter. And we can change the order here. Okay. So the limiter on this... Wait, does it go top to bottom or bottom to top? It did say somewhere, I think on here, right? Filters. They're applied in order. Let's have a look at adding effects. Audio effects. No. Let's see if we can get another quick tutorial. YouTube, let's get there. So, Godot audio. Audio effects. Do we reckon there's a Godot 4? Adding sound effects, organized sound. Maybe this one. Let's have a look at this. So this is going to be...
with the audio streams, but you can kind of see the sound effects. Okay, so for sound effects, we're going to, first of all, I'm going to remove this audio stream player from our scene.
Gonna follow along with this.
Come up here to the test scene, and I'm going to instance our level scene that we have, and I'm going to also instance our player scene as well, and you can kind of see our player is going to be here. If we click play, I'll show you what we have in our game, but we don't have much. We just have a player who can run around, who can jump, and we don't.
Let's pause a second with the music.
So we're gonna go in and we're gonna add a walking effect or a walking animate or sound
I kind of want the audio.
walking, and then we're gonna have one more, and
I want to see audio effects rather than sound effects, right?
see that is a loop, and it's gonna loop is equal to false with the little work. So the background music, of course, right in your level, we're gonna do it by creating just a little so we can see it clear. Set it to right. So up here as
Maybe we just play around with it and see what happens.
or
No,
not.
it's not what we wanted. I think we just play around with it and see what works. Let's pop that bit down. So, if our limiter ceiling dB is here, waveform's maximum allowed value. Threshold from which the limiter begins to activate in decimals. Maybe. So maybe we do like a slight minus value here on minus 0.1, for example. Just conscious about doing this again. Let's mute the Godot output to stream, and then it should be safe. So if I play here, let's watch audio and see what comes out. So it should be the case that stream can't hear the game audio at all. Which I think is the case. Let me just confirm that's happening. Save everyone's ears from that happening again. Hello? Is that working? I think that's working. Wait, I need to go to live. Yeah, okay. That's not being transmitted to stream, that's fine. So, here's going to be the test. No, how is that so loud though? It's kind of ignoring this entirely, it looks like. So click on the limiter here. Try it. Hmm. Can I get any help on this topic? No? Yes, maybe. Sets the volume of the bus index to volume dB. Yeah. Maybe I have to clamp it in this. Bus counts, generate bus, audio effects. Returns the audio effect at position index. So what if I do print? Let's just do this actually. Print the value and then also the linear to dV of the value. And rather than actually setting the value here, let's see what what values it's actually outputting. And then from that I should be able to determine where this should go. See, that's ridiculous, right? Is that doing that properly though? Maybe not. And then pass these to strings. Open, open, close, open, open, close, close. Yeah, so this to dB is not right at all. Linear to dB, how does this work? Converts linear energy to decibels. We use to implement volume that behave as expected since volume isn't linear. The range must be configured to go from 0 to 1. So that's maybe what I was doing wrong then. In here, I think this is 0 to 100. Whereas if we set the max value to 1, and this as like 0.5, and save that. And let's rebuild that. Yeah, maybe. I think this linear to dV function is expecting a value that's normalized. Right, okay. Oh, the step's only 1. Wait. Yeah, so minus infinity up to 0 is the output that we want actually. This is correct. So really, if our step is like 0.01, we save that. Well, I just made the mistake. I don't know if you had the stream open, like, what, maybe like an hour ago. I accidentally set this value here in the editor to 100 while the game was still open. And it was so loud. It was like... it's just... It's really bad. So it's making me a bit nervous about changing these values. Okay, so now I should be able to edit in between here. That's fine. And that is a scale down to about minus 20 up to 0. That looks sensible. Now the question is, do we tie this back in? I think we can tie this back in. That seems a lot more sensible. That goes way too loud still. But it's not like... It's too loud for the audio rather than too loud for the speakers. Because then it starts getting... Right, I think it's safe to turn that back on then. So if I pause the stream music, let's just keep an eye on OBS. So that looks like a sensible kind of level. And the volume slider is working. But yeah, at the top of this is kind of breaking the audio. It's not that it's too loud. Oh wait, it is being clamped. Oh, this is because of the clamp that I put on it, right? Okay, so these effects are actually working. So if I turn that one off, is this the one? So I think I've got to play around with the compressor and the limiter options. Let me just turn down that output a little bit for stream, because this might be what's holding it back. Let's like really cut it on stream just in case. So why is it doing it like that though? Because this dB range should go down to... Like if we're setting the volume dB of the music bus, so it's basically setting this like here. Is this? I think this value is not being updated. I'm going to mute that output to stream, put music back on, and then test this, because I think if I can set this back up to 0, have these at 0, which they are, put this back up to 0, if I can get it to 0. Why is it not going to 0? Can I just click on here? No. So this should set the value though. It shouldn't be modifying, which the output is showing. Right, let's rebuild and hope that this isn't too loud. I might even take the earphone out just in case. That seems right now. So if I drop this max threshold... No, we want the compressor to kick in, right? I need to learn more about sound effects and all that kind of stuff. Because not only it's useful on OBS stuff, and it's useful in game design stuff. Like if we set these thresholds, the level above which compression is applied to the audio. So if we set this low, like -30 or something like that, then we should hear this compressor kick in, and the gain applied to the output signal again should be, let's set it to something high. Balance between original signal and effect signal. No, we don't need to worry about that. That's fine. Let's delete that effect. So that compressor, let's just have the compressor on and rebuild it and see what that does. Okay, so it's definitely doing something because I can't hear any audio now at all, no matter how high this is. So maybe it was applying the limiter first. So let's set this as like -4 and -4 on both. So maybe that might allow more audio through, and it will compress it when it gets to a high volume. It kind of seems like it's working. I think there's going to be a lot of like trial and error in this. It's still clipping though. Amount of compression applied to the audio source once it passes the threshold. The higher the ratio, the more part of the louder audio will be compressed. So if we boost this, it'd be all about finding the right values for all of these. But it does also seem that when the game starts, this compressor is completely ignored. It feels like. And it's only once I've edited the value. Okay, so let's drop this threshold to -12. Is that... Yeah, I've muted the output to OBS just in case it goes loud again. So, because I don't want to repeat of what happened earlier. I can hear the audio. Oh wait, yeah. No, because this is setting that to music, and then music goes to master, right? But by default, wait, that's a good question. Yeah, this is going to the music bus. So it should pass through this compressor. So let's rebuild it again. Can have that music up a bit loud. So this should cap it much lower. Yeah, that looks good. Sounds horrible when it's compressed though. So really it should be... It should really be on this value, right? I mean, I'm always tempted just to have like this value minus a certain figure. Can I clamp this? Do I have a clamp function? Like 0.8 or something. Oh. Then there'll be no point in having the audio slider. Because really, I'm basically saying the top end of this does nothing. Because it gets clamped to that 0.8 value. I feel like what it should do is on ready, just set it to like a 0.5. And set the... Can I set the value of the slider? So then the audio level will start off at a midpoint every time. Yeah, the issue from earlier was that my slider values went from 0 to 100, and this linear to dB is looking for a value between 0 and 1. So it's outputting some massive dB value to the audio bus. Which is unfortunate because all of the default values here are like 0 to 100. It's a big warning. Be good to have a big warning around that. Okay, so maybe if we run this. Then when it starts up, it should be midpoint, yes. I wish we could get the output volume somewhere. Sorry, just the actual decibel output from this. So, like a visual indication of what decibel, like the volume is going out to the speakers. I thought that this might be a live view, and it would show you on these, like what your output audio is doing. Because at the moment, what I'm outputting here is the dB value that we're setting the music bus from the slider. But I don't think that's necessarily what we're getting out. Ah, that would be useful. That's kind of like, what's the continuous function called? Is it process? So audio server dot get bus peak volume's good as well. And then we want the master here. And we just want to print this. It's going to be too frequent though, isn't it? Do I have to rebuild it? Okay, so that's minus 0.13. So what I'm hearing in my headphones is changing volume here when I go up and down. So it's not really sampling the output. It's just saying, this is just giving me the setting, I think. And that is this value here. So if I go back to the audio, it's because I haven't set it completely to 0. I don't know how I can set this to exactly 0. Reset volume, there we go. Let's do that on all of them. So now there should be... Okay, if I rebuild the game, is it now saying 0? Maybe those sliders don't take effect until... Like, these only take effect at build time. Yeah, now they're 0. Okay, so this audio window is slightly different behavior. To a lot of the other screens. But yeah, this, it looks like doing these changes makes no difference to the bus output. So do I need a compressor on each bus? I think I might do. So let's just say like this is a... Let's just do a small compression on this. Something like that. Save that. Reload the scene. Yeah, it doesn't seem to actually take that effect, but let's see if this makes any difference. That does sound... No, it's still crackly. I think I need to do some more like in-depth research into this, because there's a lot of this that I just don't understand anyway. So like when to use the different effects and all that kind of stuff, and what values to set them at. I think this is a good start. And now that I'm clamping the value, I mean, let's just clamp it between 0 and 1 anyway, just in case. Then that's safe. This is safe. This is safe. That's fine. I mean, it's almost worth just looping over all of the buses, set their value to 0.5 to start with, and then we put a master volume slider, a music slider, and a sound effects slider. And then if it's too quiet, the players can boost the volume. I think that's what I want to do. Because then I can just import that into any game, and no matter what values we're getting on our input music or sound effects, the default when the game starts up is just going to be half immediately, which comes out at what value? Do we have a 0.5 somewhere here? Let's get rid of this here. Actually, we don't need this at all. So we do master, music, and sound effects. I think it's better to start the audio like quiet, and then allow the user to choose to up those volumes if they want them. So if we add a horizontal split, no, a vertical split container, or a vertical box container, what does this do? Container arranges its charge controls vertically. I think that's what we want. I'm going to put this there. Put that in that. And then we're going to duplicate this twice. And then we need to give this margin top, I think. Actually, we can put the menu in this as well. Put this at the top. So this is master volume control. Master. And this will be sound effects. Let's rename this sound effect volume slider. Oh. So why is this not spreading out in the box? Do I have to tell it how many rows? Maybe that's the wrong type. Item list, no. Tree, no. Pitch text, no. I think container. Let's try a grid container. That's not what I want either. I feel like I should be able to set the number of rows of this somewhere. Let's go back to that help. Box container. By the way, you can lower each sound volume of the player's volume too. So maybe it would be wise that when volume is 1, everything sounds good, and then you can lower it if you want. Yeah, I think that's probably what we want to work towards. Because increasing the volume might cause clipping of the sound, so you only really want to decrease from your top level. But I think having the buses set to half, I think this is fine, because if in the options menu that you then increase it up to 1, that should be the max volume that's allowed, but that should be where the max volume of the tracks sit as well. Maybe I'm a bit unsure about how this all works. Container that arranges its child controls horizontally or vertically. So that's maybe not what we wanted. Using containers, let's have a quick look at this. Box containers. Oh, okay. So they just... That's fine, okay. So they stack everything, but they should... Why are they stacking over the top of each other then? You can can also create more sliders for different buses, like one for master, one for music, one for sound effects. Yeah, that's kind of what we're doing right now. So we've got these 3 volume sliders here, and they're going to be master, music, and sound effects. But I'm just trying to figure out why they're not stacking. They're all like lined on top of each other rather than... Is it because they don't have a certain height? Container sizing, fill, vertical, fill. Okay, maybe if we've got expand on all of these, then they'll take up the room that they need to. Okay, that looks better. So now we just got to rename everything. So this master control H-split container, that's fine. Label should say master volume. We kind of want it in a grid though. I'll worry about grid alignment and all that kind of stuff after. Let's just check that this all works as expected. So master volume, master music volume, and sound effect volume. That looks fine. So we save that. We're going to our scripts. We get a reference to all of these. We get our master and our sound effects, which needs its own unique name instead. Why is this not got a unique name? This one. Let's just double check this is right. Yeah, that looks fine. Okay. And then we'll do 3 of these. One of them master. And one of them sound effects. And then I think I can just write these, right? Or do I have to actually assign the signal? I think I might have to assign the signal. But maybe we can do that after it's written. Yeah, that's the right names. Oh, it's title 3. What? Let's disconnect that. Why is it still showing connected? Oh, because it's connected to all 3. Okay, that's why. So we go to this one as well. No, that one's disconnected. Is this one disconnected? No. What are you still connected to? Nothing. Save? I think that should go away in a second. Okay, so on our master volume, we want to do value changed, connect, master volume, yes. Okay, that works. Then music volume, this, connect, music volume slider changed, connect, that should be fine. And then this on this. Right, and then I probably need we need a sound effect to test it properly, but let's just see if this works now. And if it's safe to turn back on the stream audio for it. Yeah, that sounds okay. So here, if I put the audio on, you should be able to hear that now. So the master volume controls it, and the music volume individually for the background music. This won't do anything. Which isn't, that's good. And like, we put both of these up. It's definitely louder enough. And they're both making it in effect, right? Yeah. Cool. Okay. Kind of feel like I want to like save this file and leave it for the time being. I think there's quite a lot more to do in terms of these effects, but I don't really get how they're working. So I think that needs to be investigated. So what else could we look at? We could look at rebinding keys. Maybe we do that when we close out of this kind of stuff. I don't want to burst people's eardrums again. I mean, the other thing as well is this needs to have a Z index way higher. So on the ordering, this should be like 20, because this will always want to be on top. Let's just double check that. So now when I run it, and when we open the menu, it should appear in front of all of the level. Yeah. Cool. I just wanted it behind before so I could see it was actually pausing the game, but I guess rather than doing a solid option menu background, I might be able to do it slightly opaque. Is that on the modulate? So if I go to the panel container here, we could drop this down to like, well, half. What is it? 256, so 127, 128. It doesn't need to be that much. Let's set it like 200. Oh. And then also let's put a margin container around all of it. So we want it there, and then the whole panel container can fit in that. Oh. So really we want this to stretch full. Yeah, that's better. And then where's the margin options in these? Theme overrides, is it? Yeah, here we go. So if we bring these in like, I don't know, because I want this to depend on the size of the screen. Because 100 pixels is quite a lot. So maybe this one, put a bit less at the top. Oh, that's left, right. So now we save that and rerun it. A, do we get to see the scene behind the menu? And B, does the menu not take up the full screen? Are the two things we want? Yeah? So you can see that it's paused behind the menu. It's not too bad. I feel like there's way more work to be done on that, but that's going to be a lot of like UI tweaking. Not going to be that interesting to watch. Okay, so do we want another... I guess this is still in the options actually. Is this is all music? Or I suppose in here, this panel. No, even this V-Box. What if I put this above? Does it still look roughly the same? No. We need to get this an offset from the top. Oh, it's always going to be in the theme override bit. That's fine. So can I set these? I can't do these. So maybe here we want this tab controller, tab container, tab bar. So we call this audio. Tab position top is fine. Click tabs, tabs visible. Drag to rearrange, no. So how do we set the size of this? We don't want it full width. No, we still want this though. I think really I need another vertical container here, don't I? God, does it get so? Why does it get so nested? This is vertical box, V box. And within the V box, we want the tab container and the menu. The menu on top. And this tab container, we want to expand. Which was somewhere in the options, right? Is that in layout? Container sizing, here we go. Expand. Perfect. This is what we want. And then why is this color darker? I mean, really, we want another margin container here, don't we? In between here. It's just going to be so many nested margins. So this goes in this. And then in our margin container overrides, again, we want all of these to be like another 10 maybe, just to give a little bit of boundary around it. I wonder if I can like round the corners. Try to rearrange, tab rearrange, current tab, tab focus mode. Styles maybe? Oh, there's loads of options here. So this doesn't need to be called audio. This needs to be called audio. And then another child we want. What's this? It's a margin container. So we want another margin container. Oh, not in there. Like this. I'm going to rearrange it. And we're going to call this like controls. We have tab separation. Tab position top. Tab alignment left, that's fine. Current tab. All tabs in front. Tab rearrange, no. Just want some like buffer in between them, but maybe that's not necessary. And also maybe that's in this theme. Font outline color, drop mark color, outline size, side margin. Oh, here you go, icon separation. So we do like 50. What does that do? No. Or if this is like 50. That's just that. That's just from that side. Okay, that's not what we want. Is that even doing anything? Oh, okay. There's an outline around the text. God, there's a whole world of customization here. I don't want to go too much into this. So I think while I'm working on it, I need to do this to select tab 0. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Right, I think I need to come back to this. I think we made some good progress here with an options menu. But I think I need to wrap up stream. Didn't realise it's 4 hours in. I might be back on a bit later doing some pixel art stuff. I need to redo all of my Twitch panels and all that kind of stuff. But I might just do those offline. It's not necessarily that interesting to do. Like, I think when I last looked at it, these are all out of date now. Yeah, that schedule's wrong. These games I haven't played in a while. I think it'll be good to update all of this stuff. But yeah, I think I might just do that offline. And figure that all out. So next stream is probably going to be... let's have a look. Can't do tomorrow or Sunday. Or really Monday. So maybe Tuesday. We'll see. Potentially next stream on Tuesday. Thank you everyone who's been chilling out with me today. Hope it's been interesting. Thanks for all the help as well. And thanks again to Jake Blade for the raid. And thanks for the various follows today. Yeah, back next week sometime, and we'll probably continue with a bit of this in preparation for the Brackies Game Jam, which is starting on the 8th of September. So we'll see how we go. Cheers, and see you all soon. Bye.